Welcome back, everybody, to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. We are a little bit short-staffed tonight, so we might not have commentation throughout the whole night, but we will try to keep it as much as possible. All right, looks like we're having an 80s bingo night. Looks like we have some 80s music songs. So that's up on our Twitter or school page. Looks like number 21 will be up for your Lady Eagles. Julius Slizzer, I'm going to guess. That's a pretty bad pronunciation. And up for your Cougars, number 1, Hope Lumpkins. Eagles start off with the ball, 12, bringing it down the closer side of the court. Now over to 22 at the far side, down to 1 at the far corner. Back up to 22 at the far wing. Into 21 at the high post. Back out to, I believe that's 1 at the far quarter. They'll toss it around, ends up at 12 now at the closer wing. Up to 22. Tossing into 21 again, down to 15. Fight for the ball. Eagles will end up with it as it rolls out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars. Cougars tossing in the ball. Hope Lumpkins bringing it down the court. Now over to Grace Smith at the closer wing. Down to number 12, Paula Diaz. Back out to Hope at the far wing. Up for 3. Shot goes short and over to the Eagles. Give us a second while we get situated. Alrighty, everybody, we're back.
Hope Lumpkins passes it over to Haley McMillan. Back to Hope. Goes in for a drive. Backs it back out to Delilah. Tries to get it over to Paula. Misses.
Eagles stealing the ball. 15, taking it down the court now at the top of the key. Now over to 12. Down to 22 at the closer corner. Into 21. Looking for some options. Shoots clear out to, I believe that was 1. She tries to put it up for 3. No good. Cougars get the rebound.
Haley McMillan with the rebound. Over to Hope. Coming down the court. Gets it into Delilah. Puts it up for a free throw. Doesn't get it in, though. Goes back to the Eagles.
22 for your Eagles. Bringing it down the court now. She'll take it to the farther wing. Down to 1 at the corner. Down to 22. My bad, I should say far wing. Now over to 12 at the closer wing. She'll drive down below the basket. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound as it goes out of the court. Looks like the Cougars will call in some subs.
Number 22. Completely forgot her name.
Maria Jack.
Maria, there you go. Went in for Delilah.
Eagles tossing the ball to 21. Up for 2, and it's good.
Haley passes it in for Destiny. Destiny gets it over to Grace. Puts it up for 3. 2. My bad.
Eagles back with the ball out at the farther side of the court. 22 now up to 1 at the top of the key. Back down to 22 at the wing. She'll look around for some options. Getting cornered by the Cougar defense. She'll toss it down to the corner. And a whistle is blown because I believe she steps out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 3, Destiny Mitchell passes it in to Grace. Grace passes it back to Destiny, coming down the court. Gets it into Maria, puts it up, but misses. That'll be a turnover to the Eagles.
Eagles now back with the ball. Taking it down the court, I believe that's number 12. Now to 22 at the farther wing. Looking around for some options. Up to 32 now at the midcourt line. Back down to 22 at the farther wing. She'll look around, finds 12 at the close wing now. Now up to the top of the key, over to 22 at the far wing. She'll drive in, passes it back out though. Over to 32 now at the closer wing. Up for 2, no good. Rebound bounces off the back of the rim like 5 times, but it's good.
Haley McMillan passes it in to Destiny, bringing it down the court. Goes for a drive, but the Eagles block it. Gets it up to Grace, over to Maria, but the Eagles steal it from her.
Eagles back with the ball now. 22 bringing it down the court. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Up for 3, I believe. No good. Fight for the rebound. And the Cougars will pick it up.
Grace got that rebound. Over to Destiny. Coming down. Gets it back over to Grace. Over to Haley. Puts it up for 3. Bounces off the rim. Destiny gets the rebound. Back over to Grace. Bringing it around. Gets it over to Destiny. Goes for a drive. Bounces it into Maria. That'll be a jump ball. That'll stay with the Cougars. Haley McMillan passes it in. Gets it all the way up to the top to Paula. Over to Grace. Over to Destiny. Down to the block to Paula, but the Eagles block it. Paula gets the ball back, though. That'll be a timeout on the Cougars. 30 seconds. Destiny Mitchell tried passing it into Haley, but the Eagles blocked it. Tried to get it to Delilah, missed, went to Grace, and it went out of bounds on the Eagles, so that'll stay with the Cougars. Destiny Mitchell passing it in. Gets it to Grace. Back to Destiny, bringing it down. Gets it all the way over to Delilah, puts it up for 2. That'll be a miss, though, and the Eagles got the rebound.
22 for your Eagles now driving the ball down the court. Out to 12 now at the closer wing. Up for 3. Shot goes over the net. Fight for the rebound as they go to the floor, and the Eagles will pick it up. Cougars steal it back from them, though.
Destiny is coming down the court with the ball. Goes for a hard drive out to Delilah, but she fumbles.
Eagles steal the ball from her now. 12 taking it down the court. She'll take it to the closer wing, down to 32 at the close corner now. She'll try to drive down the baseline, but the Cougars will steal the ball from her.
That's Grace Smith with the ball. Gets it over to Destiny, bringing it down the court. Destiny tries to drive, but the Eagles get it.
Fight for the ball as both teams go to the floor, And the Eagles will pick it up. 22 now, bringing it down the court for your Eagles. Over to 32 at the farther wing. Over to 12 now at the closer wing. Looks like she'll look for some options. And 22 now with the ball at the mid-post, at the mid-court line, if I could say it right. Now over to 32 at the closer wing. Down to 15 at the high post. Out to 22 at the corner. She'll drive. Up for two. Shot goes wide. Eagles with the rebound now. 32 now has it to the closer wing. Down to 22. Ball is tipped, and they race for it. And the Eagles will pick it back up. 12 with it. Ball is able to Cougars try to tip the ball again, but the Eagles maintain control. 32 now has it the farther wing. Up for three, and she drains it.
Destiny passing it into Grace. Grace bringing the ball down the court. Gets it over to Destiny. Destiny gets it straight into Maria, who gets the ball stolen from her. Go back to the Eagles.
Eagles now back with the ball. 22 bringing it down the court. Over to 32 at the farther wing. Up for three, and it's good.
Destiny throwing the ball on again to Grace. Back to Destiny coming down the court. They set a screen, but it doesn't quite work. Destiny gets it over to Grace. They call a foul.
It'll be against number 22 for your Lady Eagles.
It'll be on the arm.
Nevaeh Bowman.
That's Paula Diaz. Diaz. Okay, got it right. Going in for Destiny Mitchell. And also passing in the ball. Gets it into Haley. Drives. Puts it up for two. But misses off the backboard. It'll go to the Eagles.
Eagles back with the ball. 20 seconds remaining in your first half of your varsity girls. 32 now with it at the farther wing. Into, I believe it's 21 in the lane. Up for two, and the ball is fought for, and it will remain with the Eagles this time with 10 seconds on the clock. For your Eagles throwing in the ball. Into 21 at the low post. Up for two, no good. Fight for the rebound. They go to the floor. 5 seconds on the clock now. They pass it out to 32 now at the top of the key. Up for three, no good. And the Eagles try to rebound the ball, but the buzzer goes off. The end of your first half. Your Otis-Bison Cougars 2. Your Lady Eagles 10, my bad. Welcome back to the second half of the game. Cougars will have the ball. Hope with it now at the farther wing. Try to pass it into Paula Diaz, but the ball is tipped. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball will be called. And that'll give the Eagles the ball at the baseline. 22 tossing it in. Now over to 12. 12's going to drive it down the court. She's now at the farther side. Goes down to the far wing. Out to 22 now. 22 driving down the lane. Down to 42. Up for two. And it's good. Cougars driving the ball back down the court. Hope with it now. And over to Grace at the closer wing. Down to Haley McMillan at the low post. Now to Grace at the closer wing. Over to Hope now. Back over to Grace. Down to McMillan. McMillan throwing it up for 2 from the short corner, and it's good. Ellinwood bring the ball back down the court. 12 with it now. Drive it to the closer wing. Up to 22 now. 22 going to drive. Blocked by the Cougars defense. Passes it back out. Now back over to 22. 22 trying to drive again. And there's a whistle blown as the ball rolls out of the court. I believe she kicked the ball. Will be turned over to the Cougars. Hope Lumpkins for your Cougars tossing the ball in. She'll take it down the court. Now over to 20, Grace Smith, farther wing. Down to Paula Diaz. Paula driving, up for 2. Shot's no good. Fight for it. Eagles back with the ball at 22, now bringing it down the court. 22 going to take the ball down with some speed. She passes over to 12 at the closer wing. Up for 3. Shot's no good. 21 for your rebound. That's no good. And Cougars will get the ball. Ball rolls out of the court, and it will remain with the Cougars. Cougars are bringing the ball back down the court. Grace will take it to the closer wing. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Down to Paula Diaz. Paula driving again. Met by the Eagles defense. Tries to pass it out, but the Eagles steal it from her. Eagles with the ball now. 22 taking it down the court. Over to 21, the low post. Up for 2. She rounds her own ball, and it's good. Hope with it now at the farther wing for your Cougars. Clear down to McMillan. Fight for it, though, and the Eagles will steal it. Eagles back with the ball now. 12 taking it down the court. Up to 22. Going to dribbling around a little bit. Over to 42 now at the farther wing. Up to 1 now, the midcourt line. Now over to the wing. Down to 12 at the far corner. Into the short corner. Up to 42 now at the midcourt line. Over to 21 at the free throw line. Out to 12. 12 looking for some options. So take it up to 22. 22 going to drive down. Up for 2, no good. 21 with the rebound, and a whistle is blown. Be against number 22 for your Eagles. She'll be caught with a shove. If I can find my sheet, I can tell you who that is. Yeah, Julia. I'll place the Cougars at the baseline. Destiny Mitchell. Ryan had a little bit of a disruption there, but the Eagles will take back the ball. Take it down to the farther side of the court. Into 15 to the lane, up for 2, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball now. Grace bringing it down the court. Now over to Destiny at the closer wing. Back over to Grace. Down to Delilah at the far wing. Up for 3, shots no good. Destiny with the rebound. Fight for it though. And the Eagles will end up with it 15 now with the ball. She'll take it down to the farther side of the court. She'll drive down the lane, up for 2, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball, up for 2. Shot goes for 3, my bad. Shot falls short and out of the court. Over to the Eagles. Eagles throw the ball in. 22 with it now, bringing it down the court. Now over to 32 at the farther wing. She'll dribble down. Now over to 15. Out to 12 now at the closer wing. Back up to 32. 32 going to shoot from the closer wing. No good. Fight for the rebound, but 22 will pick it up for your Eagles. She'll do some fancy footwork and hand it over to 32 at the short corner. Now up to 12. Over to 22 at the far wing. Down to 12 at the corner, up for 3. Shot's no good. Cougars try to get the rebound, but the Eagles pick it back up. 22 driving down. Now it's 12 at the far wing. Up to 42 at the high post. Up for 2. Bounces in and out a couple times, but it's good. Over to the Cougars. Destinio bringing the ball down the court. She tried passing it into 22 Jacobitz. The Eagles will steal it from her. 12 went out with the ball at the top of the key. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Up for 3. Shot's no good. She'll rebound her own ball, though. Now over to, I believe that's 32 now at the closer wing. Up for 3 again, no good. 15 for your rebound, though, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball. Destiny taking it down the court. Over to Grace now at the closer wing. Down to McMillan at the short corner. Back up to Grace. Over to Paula Diaz, but the ball is stolen. 32 for your Eagles steals the ball. Up for 2, and it's no good. And a whistle's blown. Against number 20 for your Otis-Bison Cougars. Grace Smith. Wilson on the arm. And 32 for your Ellinwood Eagles. Put up her first 3-throw, and that'd be good. That'd be Emma Meenke, I'm going to say. Sorry if I butcher anybody's names. 32's second 3-throws up, and it's no good. Go over to the Cougars. Grace Smith bringing the ball down the court for your Cougars. Now over to Hope Lumpkins at the closer wing. Back over to Grace at the far wing. Down to Paula, but the ball is stolen from her. And it looks like there's a fight for it, though. But rolls out of the court, and it'll be turned back over to the Cougars. Cougars tossing the ball to 33, Delilah Reaver. Now over to Grace at the closer wing. Down to McMillan, but it goes over her hands and out of the court. Over to the Eagles. Eagles tossing in the ball now. Going to bring it down the court. Now over to 1 at the closer wing. She'll look for some options. Down to 22. 22 driving. Up for 2. Bounces around, no good. Cougars will get the rebound. Paula will take it up. Now over to number 11, Haley McMillan. She'll drive down the court now. Over to the closer wing. Down to Delilah at the corner. Up for 3. Shot's no good. 22, Maria with the rebound. Almost there, but no good. And a fight for the rebound. A whistle's blown. It'll be against number 32 for your Ellinwood Eagles. Emma. I'll put Haley McMillan for your Otis-Bison Cougars up for some 3-throws. Her first one's up, and it's good. Mellon's second shot is up, and it's no good. Eagles back with the ball, 32 taking it down the court, shooting it down to 42 at the short corner. Over to 1 at the other one, and it's put up for 2, no good. And Cougars will get the rebound. McMillan now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Now over to the Grace Smith at the far wing, and a whistle is blown as a Ellinwood Eagle tries to rush her. And it'll be 32. Emma again with that one. I believe that's a full timeout called, I believe, by the Cougars coach. Both teams return to the court. Gray Smith with it now, bringing it out of the court, and a whistle's blown. There's a line infraction, so a slight delay. She tries to toss it in. I believe it was Jack Vitz. Yeah, Jack Vitz. Who's intended for. Goes out of the court. Now to Grace now at the baseline for your Cougars. She'll toss it into Maria. Maria trying to put it up for two. Falls short. Eagles get the ball. 32 bringing it down the court. Now to 22. 22 taking it to the top of the key. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Up for three. Shot's no good. 15 with the rebound. Fight for the ball. 22 will pick it up for your Eagles. She'll take it to the farther wing. Now over to one. Close wing. Back up to 22. Now over to one. Back up to 22 at the top of the key. Now over to 32 at the midcourt line. Down to 22 at the far wing. 50 seconds now on the clock. She'll dribble it in. Goes down to 15 at the low post. Up for two. No good. Cougars try to get the ball, and they will. McMillan now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Now over to Grace Smith at the far wing. Now over to Hope Lumpkin. Paula Diaz. She'll try to toss it in. It looks like it'll go over. I believe that was intended for Maria's head. Goes out of the court. Eagles back with the ball. 32 taking it down the court now. Now over to one, closer wing. Up for three. Shot goes wide out and off the back of the backboard. No good. I'll turn it back over to the Cougars with 21 seconds on the clock. We'll toss it into Grace Smith. Grace looking for some options. Over to McMillan at the closer wing. Down to number 33, Delilah Reaver at the corner. And looks like the Otis-Bison Cougars coach calls another timeout. Both teams return to the court. Delilah Reaver at the baseline. She'll toss it into McMillan at the low post. McMillan over to Maria. Ball is stolen by the Eagles. 22 now with it. 7 seconds on the clock. She'll take it down the lane. Now out to one at the closer corner. Up to 22 at the wing. Up for two. No good. And that'll be the buzzer ending your girls' varsity game. In the end, your Otis-Bison Cougars will have 5. Your Ellinwood Eagles, 23.
Gunner at the top. Pass the ball in the corner. Be Logan. Dish to Lander inside to fight for the ball.
Eagles with the ball, going to hand it off to number 12, Landon Simpson, bringing it back down to Eagle territory. On top of the key. Going to throw it over to number 32, Drake Hossman, puts up for 3, no good.
Jake Hubengarner with the rebound will bring it down. Kelson Juno on the wing. Drive in. Be out on blue. It'll be our ball. Jake Hubengarner passing the ball in. Kick out to the corner. Kelson Juno up high. Dish inside to Logan Meyer. Fade away for 2 is no good.
Number 32, Drake with the ball, bringing it back down. Hand it off to number 44, Campbell. Put it up for 2. No good. Little struggle for the ball. Back out to number 12, Landon. Going to dribble it around. Hand it off to number 23, Austin. Back out to number 12, Landon. Put it up for 2. No good. Number 32, Drake with the rebound. The call on the court. Turn over to the Cougars.
Lewis McVeigh passing to Kelson Juno, who bring the ball down. Kick it back out to Jake. Kelson Juno on the wing. Corner to Jake, who we tipped out. Logan Meyer, pass is no good.
Number 12, Landon with the ball. Hand it, I'm going to throw it over to number 23, Austin, and the ball goes out of bounds. Turn over to the Cougars.
Lewis McVeigh will pass the ball in for the Cougars. Dish it over to Lander. Go out of bounds, it'll be blue ball.
Number 11, Tavin McCarthy, throwing the ball in over to Campbell. Back over to Landon. He's going to throw it back out to number 32, Drake, put up for 2. No good.
Landon Blackburn with the rebound while Jake Hubengarner bring the ball down. Inside we have Logan Meyer. Dish to Lewis McVeigh. Go 0 for 2. It is no good.
Number 15, Landon with the ball, bringing it back down. Almost falls, but throws it over to number 11, over to Taven. Puts up for 2, no good. Drake with the rebound, hand off back off to Taven. Back over to Landon, put up for 3 from top of the key, no good. Taven with the rebound, puts up for 2, no good.
Lewis McVeigh with the rebound. We'll have Jake Hubengarner bring the ball down. Kick it to the opposite corner with Lewis McVeigh. McVeigh driving, kick it to Hubengarner. Hubengarner goes up for 2, it is no good.
Ball's thrown over to number 12, Landon bringing it back down on the close end of the court, going to close wing, back over to close corner, Drake. Over to number 14, Bryce, put it up for 2, the shot is good.
Kelson Juno with the ball. They'll drive in, go all the way up for the 2, and the basket's good.
Taven throwing over to Landon, bringing it back down to Eagles territory, going down center of the court. Going down the close wing now. Back over to Campbell, back over to Drake. Oh, hands it off to Landon, putting up for 3 from top of the key, and it's good for 3.
Meyer passing to Hubengarner. Skip pass to Juno. Have the ball tipped out, he'll recover it. Hand off to Jake Hubengarner. They'll drive that corner. Kick it back up top, Logan Meyer. Logan Meyer for 2 is no good.
Landon Simpson with the ball, bringing it back down and close under the court. He's going to go to high post, over down the lane, put it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Meyer to Juno. Unit of Hooping Gardener on the far wing.
Oh, number 30, number 11, Taven with the ball running it down the lane, putting up for 2, but he was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Back to Hooping Gardener. Hooping Gardener will drive down, kick it in the corner with Alloway. Back up to Hooping Gardener. Lob inside to Myers, no good.
Campbell throwing over to Landon, bringing it back down to Eagle territory, going down to close wing. Hands it off to number 11, Taven at close corner. Back over to Campbell, going back over to Taven. Over to number 12, Landon running down to low post. Put up for 2. Shot is good.
Juno with the ball. Try for the bounce pass, no good. Gardner with the ball up top. On the wing, we have Alloway. Back to Hooping Gardner. Kicks it out to Juno.
Ball's thrown in over to Landon, bringing it back down to Eagles side. And down close with side, over to top of the key, hand over to Taven, back over to number 32, Drake. Ball goes over to Cougars.
Alloway with the steal, he'll bring it down. Up top, Jake Hooping-Gardner. Corner, we have Meyer. Back to Hooping-Gardner. High post, we have Blackburn. Dishes it to Jake. Jake will try and kick it back out.
Number 12, Landon running the ball back down with some major speed, putting the ball up for 2, and the shot is good.
Alloway inbound to Hooping-Gardner. Of Alloway passing the ball in. Alloway grabbed his own steal. Meyer up top to Hoop. Alloway would bring it down. Pass back up top, Hooping-Gardner.
Number, a little struggle for the ball. Number 32, Drake gets it over to Taven at mid post, handed it off to Campbell, put up for 2, no good.
Blackburn with the rebound, we'll have Hooping-Gardner bring it down. Inside we have Blackburn up for 2, it is good.
Landon with the ball, bring it back down to Cougar territory, not Cougar, over to Eagle territory. And throw it over to Austin, hand it off to Drake, gonna run down, put up for 2, no good.
Blackburn with another rebound, we'll have Hooping-Gardner bring it down. Alloway hand off to Hooping-Gardner. He'll drive wing, kick it out to corner, we have McVeigh. Up top we have Meyer. Opposite wing we have Alloway.
Ball is stolen by number 11, Taven, bringing it back down, put it up for 2 at mid post, that is no good.
Hooping-Gardner, far wing. McVeigh drive in, kick it out to the corner with Alloway. Alloway for 3 is good.
Taven throws the ball over to Landon. He's going to bring it back down, going to the close side of the court. Throw it over to number 32, Drake at close corner. Back over to Austin at top of the key. Put up for three. Shot is good.
Hubengarner dishes inside to Blackburn. Blackburn for the floaters, no good.
That'll be the end of your first quarter. Your score is Cougars 7, Eagles 14.
For you, those of you who don't know, we're doing a bingo night actually. So if you come for our games later, grab a bingo card. It's at the score. No, not the score table. The table when you come in. Right now I'm winning, by the way, 3 in a row.
One.
My sister's cheating off my bingo card, by the way. Jake Hubengarner bring the ball down for the Cougars. He'll pass it to Kelson Juno. He'll dribble down. Jake Hubengarner up top. McVeigh drive baseline. Kicks out to Juno. Juno drive in. Go up for the floater. Good.
Taven with the ball, going to throw it in over to number 12. Landon bringing it back down. Little struggle for the ball. Cougars get it.
McVeigh on the wing. Tries to kick up top. Stole.
Number 12, Landon with the ball, bringing it back down close end of the court, going over to high post, throwing over to now to over to Austin. Going to dribble around just a little bit. Hand it back over to Landon at top of the key. Going to try to find his option. Throwing out to number 11, Taven at close corner. 3-second violation. Turn over to the Cougars.
Yeah, Hubengarner pass the ball in. Juno. McVeigh on close wing. In the corner we have Juno. Inside Blackburn. Up top Meyer. We'll have McVeigh recover the ball.
Number 12, Landon with the ball, bringing it back down, going down the lane, going to bring it out the far corner now. Trying to find his option, throwing over to number 14. Bryce, he's going to put up for two, no good.
McVeigh with the ball, pass it over to Juno. Hubengarner, up top, Meyer. Kicks back out to Hubengarner. Hubengarner takes a three, it is no good.
Little struggle for the ball, goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Eagles. Austin throwing the ball in, over to number 12, Landon bringing it back down. Going to high post, throwing it back out to Campbell, back over now to Austin at far wing. Over to Landon at top of the key, going to run down the lane. Back out to Bryce, over now to Drake, back out to Landon, putting up for three from top of the key, and it's good for three.
Ball will be tipped out, it'll be Cougar ball again. Tipped back out again. McVeigh, kick it over to Hubengartner.
Drake with the ball, bringing it back down to the top of the key. Going to dribble it around a little bit. Hand it off to Austin at the far corner. Going to go down to mid post. Try to put up for two. No good, but there is a call on the court.
We have a block called on number 13, Leonard Blackburn.
Austin Brock will put up his first free throw. And it is good for a point for the Eagles. Second shot is up, and it's good for another point.
McVeigh into Hubengartner. Hubengartner to Pauly. Dish inside. We'll have Meyer catch it. Go for the two. It is no good.
Austin with the ball, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to throw it over to Taven at close corner. Close corner put up for three. No good. Campbell with the rebound. Puts up for two. Shot is no good.
McVeigh with the rebound. Hubengartner with the ball. Hand off to Pauly. Pauly inside, stole.
Number 32, Drake with the ball, running it back down. Going to hand it off to Landon at close wing. Throw it over to far corner. Bertaven has been up for three. Shot is good for three.
Launch over to Pauly. Full timeout called for the Cougars. McVeigh with the ball. To Hubengartner. Dish to Meyer. Kicks it back out to the corner. Inside to Meyer again. Pauly to McVeigh. Hand off Hubengartner. Corner McVeigh. Drive for the under is no good.
Bryce with the ball, bringing it back down on the far end of the court. Going to hand it off to Austin. Back over to number 13, AJ, putting up for three, no good. AJ with the rebound, going to get it back out to number 32, Drake Hossman. Hands it back off to Landon. He's going to go down the high post. Back over to AJ, now over to Drake. Back over to number 14, Bryce, putting up for two. Shot is no good.
McVeigh with the rebound. We'll have Hubengartner bring the ball down. He's at the corner. We have McVeigh.
Turn over to the Eagles. Ball's thrown in over to Landon. He's going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Hand it back off to Austin at the far corner. Going back over to far close wing over to where Landon is. Going top of the key. Back out to AJ at close wing. Back over to Landon. Going down the lane. Putting up for 2. Shot is no good. Ball is out of bounds against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars.
We'll have Juno passing ball in. Ruben Gardner. Hand off to Juno. Dish inside is no good.
Ball's running over to Landon. He's going to bring it back down to Eagle territory yet again. Going over to Bryce. Back over to number 32, Drake, at the close corner. Hand it back out to Campbell at low post. Put up for 2. Shot is no good, but there's a call on the court.
Foul will be on number 13, Leonard Blackburn. That'll be his second.
.44 Campbell Coleman putting the ball out. No, and it's good for a point. Second shot is up, and it's good for another Eagle point.
We'll have Juno. Dish inside is no good. We'll have Pauly recover. Opposite wing, we have Ruben Gardner. Pauly up top. Juno. Corner, we have Ruben Gardner. Back up to Juno. Inside, we have Blackburn. Blackburn goes up for 2. It is good.
Landon with the ball, going to bring it back down close side of the court. 1:35 remaining. Back over to Drake's going to take it around. Throwing over to Austin, far wing. Going to throw it back out to number 32, Drake Hossman, putting up for 3. No good. Back out to Austin with the ball, putting up for 2. No good.
Ruben Gardner with the ball. Pauly on the wing. Hand off Ruben Gardner. In the corner, we have Juno. They'll drive up to the high post, shoot the 2, and it's no good. Grab his own rebound. Go back up for 2, and it's no good.
Number 12 landing with the ball, bringing the ball back down with some speed. Putting up for 2, going down the lane, no good. But number 14, Bryce Steffen, getting the ball up for 2, no good. But there is a call on the court against the Cougars.
We'll have foul on number 1, Jake Ruben Gardner.
Number 14, Bryce puts up his first free throw, and it is no good. Bryce will have one more opportunity for another point for the Eagles. Second shot is up, no good.
McVeigh with the rebound. Kick it out to Ruben Gardner. Juno up top. Ruben Gardner. Inside we have McVeigh. He'll go up for the 2. No good.
Ball is thrown in over to number 44, Campbell, bringing it back down with some speed, hand off the land and put it up for 3 points. No good. Drake with the rebound, though. Going to hand it back off to Landon. He's going to go down the close corner by the looks of it. Throwing it back over to Drake. Back over to Bryce at high post. Back over to close wing where Landon is putting up for 3. No good. Ball is out of bounds against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars.
Juno up top with it. 9 seconds left. Push call, number 14.
Bryce Steppen pushing.
Juno will pass the ball on. Polly up to Hubengarner. Hubengarner takes the far three, is no good.
Scores for the first half, number 11 Cougars, 27 Eagles.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of the boys JV game. Starting off will be your Ellinwood Eagles. I guess I will be in charge of them. They'll toss it down to 23 at the closer wing. Back up to 12 at the top of the key. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Up for 3, and it's good. Check that, too.
Oh, Kelson Juno bringing the ball down. Pass over to the back door. That's Pauly. Inside we have Ian. Up top we have McVeigh. Eurostep inside for 2 is good.
Eagles back with the ball. 12 bringing it down the court now. Into 14 to the lane. We'll look around for some options. Out to 23 now at the closer wing. Over to 32 at the far wing. Down to 1 at the low post. I believe he tries to pass it in, but the Cougars block him, and it goes out of the court and will remain with the Eagles. That'll place number 32 for your Ellinwood Eagles at the baseline. Toss into 14, up for 2, and it's good.
Love Juno. Hand off Pauly. Richardson. I have Juno. Juno going up for the 2 is no good.
Eagles tossing in the ball now. 12 bringing it down the court. They'll take it to the top of the game. Over to 32 at the far wing. Back up to 12. Down to 14 now at the free-throw line. Out to 23 at the close wing. Up for 3, and it's good.
We'll have Juno. Juno hand off to McVeigh. Richardson. Richardson takes a 3. 3's no good.
Eagles back with the ball. 12 taking it down the farther side of the court now. Out to 32 at the far wing. Up to 14 at the lane. Up for 2, no good. Rebounded, and it's good.
Juno with the ball. Pass to McVeigh. Pauly on the wing. Far corner we have Richardson. Inside we have Ian.
Stolen by the Eagles. Number 1 has it now. In a little bit of trouble by McVeigh. Ball is knocked out of his hands. And it'll be turned over to the Cougars. Looks like Cougars calling some subs. That'll put Ishmael Cortez and can't remember his name. Gavin Alloway into the court.
Pauly will pass the ball in. Outside corner, Cortez is good too.
Eagles pick up the ball. 12 bring it down the court for your Eagles. Over to 23 now at the closer wing. Back up to 12. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Back up to 12. 12 up for 3 from the top of the key. No good. Fight for the rebound. Looks like the players fall over each other, but 32 will pick it up for your Eagles. Looks like he tries to put it up for 2, but it's blocked by the Cougar defense. 12 now with it at the top of the key. Over to 23 at the close wing. Up for 3, and it's good.
We'll have Juno bring the ball down. Hand off to McVeigh. Alloway in the corner. Back up top, Juno.
Eagles back with the ball now. 12 bringing it down the court. Now over to 32 at the far wing. Over to 14 at the top at the free throw line. Over to 23 at the close wing. Back over to 32. Into 1 at the low post. Looking around for some options. Tries to put it up for 2, but the Cougars will steal it.
Juno with the rebound. Alloway. Drive the baseline. Try and kick it to Pauly.
Eagles back with the ball now. 12 has it at the top of the key. Over to 23 now at the closer ring. Down to 14. Back up to 12 at the top of the key. Up for 3, and it's good.
McVeigh. Back to McVeigh. Volley up top. Take the 2. Is good.
Eagles bring the ball back down the court now. Over to 11 at the closer wing. Back up to 12 at the top of the key, and over to 23 at the far wing. Up for 3, and it's good.
McVeigh. Transition side is stole.
Cougars, Eagles steal the ball. Down to 12 at the far wing. Looking for some options. Back up to 11 at the midcourt line. Down to 12 again. He'll drive. Blocked by the Cougars defense. Passes it back out to 11 at the top of the key. Down to 23 now. On the close ring. Over to 12 now at the far wing. Back up to 11. Over to 23 again. Back to 11. Back to 23. Into 14, and a whistle's blowing. And looks like the Cougars coach will call a timeout. Teams return to the court.
Big Cougar ball. Glove Juno bringing it down. They drive all the way to the baseline. Kicking to Ishmael Cortez, be out of bounds. Outside we have Juno fighting to get it inside. Get it into Cortez, we go for 2, no good. Grab his own rebound.
Eagles trying to steal the ball. 13 will try to pick it up. He will get it. Now it's 23 at the farther side of the court. Down to 11 now at the far wing. Into 14 at the low post. Try to put it up to 30, but it's stolen by the Cougars.
B. Kelson bring it coast to coast, no good.
Eagles steal the ball back. Now 11 bring it down the court. 11 for a layup, and it's good.
Juno bringing the ball down. Inside we have Cortez. Cortez goes up for 2, it is no good.
Fight for the rebound. Eagles will pick it up. 11 has it now at the farther side of the court. Stolen back by the Cougars.
Cortez with the steal. Well, McVeigh drive in. Try and kick it out. No good.
Eagles steal the ball right back. 13 going for a layup, and it's good.
Juno, corner. We have Alloway. Alloway 63 is no good.
Fight for the ball, and the Eagles will pick it up. 11 has it at the farther side of the court. Over to 23 now. 23 going down the lane. Up for 2, and it's good.
Juno with the ball. Alloway, corner. Kicks it out to McVeigh. Inside we have Cortez. Cortez gives up a 2, is good.
Eagles back with the ball. 23 taking it down the court now at the top of the key. Over to 11 now at the far wing. Back to 23. Down to 14. Up to 13 now at the close wing. Up to 23. 23 looking for some options. Finds 11 at the far wing. Into 14. 14 trying to drive, but the ball is tipped from his hands. Out to 11 now at the far wing. Up for 2. No good. Eagles will pick up the ball again. 11 will take it now at the far wing. Into 23 at the top of the key. Down to 14. Over to 30. 30 almost getting cornered. And they'll toss it around a little bit. They'll end up at 23 at the close swing. Up for 3, and it's good.
McVeigh passes Juno. Volley handoff to Juno. Dish inside, we have Cortez. Cortez going for 2 is no good.
Looks like both teams call in quite a bit of subs. Both teams return to the court. Cougars are bringing the ball back down now. It'll be with 10 at the closer wing. He'll try to drive down. Seth looking for some options as he's getting blocked by the defense. Out to 5, Ian Hazelhorst at the closer wing. Out to Seth now. Up for 3, no good. Eagles back with the ball. 12 with it, bringing it down the court. Now we're to 23 at the closer wing. Down to 30. Back to 23. Up to 12 at the top of the key. Over to 32 at the far wing. Up to 12 again. Up for 3, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball, bringing it down the court. Seth Richardson has it as he's at the midcourt line. Now over to the closer wing. Looks like his ball slips from his hand, though, and falls out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles. Number 30 for your Eagles will be tossing it in. 32 bringing it down the court. They'll take it down to the farther wing. Now over to 23 at the close wing. Back up to 23. Down to 30. And the Cougars will steal it from him. Lewis McVeigh bringing it down the court. Correct there. 30 has it now for the Eagles. They take it back. Now over to 11. Take it down the court. He'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to 32 at the closer wing. Back down to, I believe that was 14, trying to put up 2 for your Eagles, but it's no good. And the Cougars will steal the ball. Don Pauly bringing the ball down the court now. He'll try to drive, but then it's met by the Eagles defense. Out to Lewis McVeigh. He'll drive baseline. And looks like he'll accidentally step out of bounds. Turnover to the Eagles. Looks like the Cougars will call in a sub. .32 for your Eagles to bring it down the court. Now clear out to 11, back up to 32. They'll take it up for 3 from the top of the key, and it's good. Cougars now back with the ball. Lewis McVeigh has it. He'll take it to the top of the key, now over to the closer wing. He'll try to drive, but the Eagles will block him. He'll pass it around a little bit, ends up with Ishmael to low post, up for 2, and it's good. Eagles back with the ball now. Now over to 11 to the closer wing, up for 3. Shot goes wide, no good. Over to the Cougars. Fight for the ball, though. And looks like Ian Hazelhorse for your Cougars will pick it up. He'll go over to number 24, Lewis McVeigh. Lewis driving, up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. It goes out of the court, over to Eagles. Looks like the Eagles will call in some subs. That's it into number 13 for your Eagles, so take it down the court. Now over to 15 at the closer wing. Over to 13 at the top of the key. Back to 25 at the far wing. Over to 15 out the close wing. Back to 25. 25 up for 3 from the far wing, and it's good. Cougars tossing in the ball. Number 23, Gavin Alloway, bringing it down the court. Now over to number 2, into number 5, Ian Hazelhorse. Back out to Aiden George at the close wing. Up for 3, no good. Fight for the rebound, and the Cougars and the Eagles will get it. My bad. Over to 13 now. He'll take it down the court. Now down to 15 at the far wing. Up to 13 again. Over to 25. Down to 22, but the Cougars will steal it from him. Looks like the ball will get knocked from his hand and out of the court. And the ball will remain with the Cougars. Gavin Alloway will be throwing it in. Out to Lewis McVeigh. Back over to Gavin. He'll take it down to the closer wing. He'll try to drive. Pass it over to Lewis McVeigh. Lewis up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. Looks like number 5 for your Cougars will pick it up. Pass back out to Lewis now at the closer wing. Back over to Gavin. Now over to Aiden George at the closer wing. Aiden looking for some options. Tries to throw it into Memphis. Ball is stolen from him, though. And the Eagles will pick it up. 13 now has it, bringing it down the court. And a travel will be called, I believe, on 13. No, I don't know. Okay. Eagles tossing in the ball now. Over to 35 now to high post, up for 2, no good. 31 with your rebound. Out to 25 now. Up to 15 at the top of the key. Over to, I believe that's 22 at the far wing. Over to 15. Down over to 25 at the closer wing. Back up to 15. 15 driving down. Up for 2. Shots no good. Lewis McVeigh with the rebound for your Cougars. McVeigh taking the ball down the court. Now down to number 5, Ian Hazelhorse. He'll put it up for 2. Shots no good. Memphis with the rebound. Back over to Hazelhorse. Up for 2. Shots no good. Eagles back with the ball. 31 driving the ball down the court for your Eagles. He'll put it up for 2. Go out of the court with some speed, though. And it's no good. Cougars picking back up the ball. Lewis McVeigh now has it at the top of the key. Down to Ian Hazelhorse. Up for 2. And the shot's good. Eagles are now returning the ball. Now over to 25 at the far wing. Back up to 15 top of the key. Ball is swatted from him. And out of the court. And that'll be Eagles ball. 22 for your Eagles tossing in the ball for you. Now into 15. 15 looking for some options. Out to 25 at the far wing. Back to 15. Back to 25. Down to 35 at the far corner. Up for three. Shot goes short. Fight for the rebound, and the Cougars will pick it up. Sean Pauly bringing it down the court now. He'll take it to the top of the key. He'll go down to the free throw line. Up for two. Shot's no good. Fight for it. And the Eagles will pick it up. Number 15 bringing it down the court. Back to 25 at the far wing. Over to 15 at the top of the key. Back to 45. Down to 31. Up for two. Shot falls short. Out of the court and over to the Cougars. Cougars tossing in the ball with just under 50 seconds now on the clock. Sean Pauly bringing the ball down the court. Will end up at the top of the key. Looking around for some options. Finds Seth Richardson at the closer wing. Into Ian Hazelhorst. Up for two. And the shot's good. Eagles back with the ball now. 15 taking it down the court. Now over to 35. 25, my bad. Back up to 15. Now over to 35 at the he'll drive down the baseline. Up to 15 top of the key. Now over to 22 at the close wing. Back to 15. Over to 25. Back to 15 again. 5 seconds on the clock. It looks like they'll just wait this one out. And that'll be the end of your boys' JV game. At the end, your Otis-Bison Cougars 27, your Ellinwood Eagles 63.
players for all the hard work that they have put into the program during their years in high school. Finally, we want to thank you parents for all the support you have shown to the basketball team, the school, and to your daughter. The girls will be lined up alphabetically by grade. Would the freshman, sophomore, and junior parents please stand and be recognized when your daughter's name is called? Senior parents can come down and greet your child in the middle of the court. Freshman, Haley McMillan, basketball, daughter of Ricky and Jessica McMillan. Delilah Reber, basketball and live stream, daughter of Christy Reber. Grace Smith, basketball, daughter of Dustin and Amanda Smith. Sophomores, Bailey Filer, cheerleading, daughter of Christopher and Felicia Filer. Destiny Mitchell, basketball and cheer, daughter of Robert and Lori Mitchell. Zoe Schwint, basketball, daughter of Tyler and Ashley Schwint. Juniors, Paula Diaz, basketball, daughter of Carmen, Alonzo, and Gustavo Diaz. Host parents, Brian and Janelle Meyer. Emily George, cheerleading, daughter of Lorraine and Catherine George. Ava Kenyon, cheerleading, daughter of Ann Kenyon and Robert Hendricks. Leela Kenyon, basketball, daughter of Ann Kenyon and Robert Hendricks. Hope Lumpkins, basketball, daughter of Tom and Renee Lumpkins. Nevaeh McVeigh, cheerleading, daughter of Tabby McVeigh. Larissa Reber, basketball and live stream, daughter of Christy Reber. Abigail Rodriguez, basketball and live stream, daughter of Matthias and Julieta Rodriguez. Seniors, Maria Lakupchak, basketball, Marta and, Lakupchak of Wrocław, Poland, host parents Claude and Kathy Nelson. Elena McVeigh, cheerleading, daughter of Tabby McVeigh.
I was trying, but I just figured it wasn't one to work.
Macy Wiltsey, basketball, daughter of Kevin and Mandy Wiltsey. The Otis-Bison Lady Cougars are coached by Jade Winter and Stan Avey. The cheer sponsor is Kelsey Monahan, and our live stream sponsor is Hank Highfield. Thanks again, players, parents, and coaches. A bingo card is found in your program. If you get a bingo, please bring it to the scorer's table. Good luck. sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Please stand and honor the American flag with the playing of the national anthem by the Otis-Bison Pep Band under the direction of... Good luck.
Going on. We might have some problems here, but we will try to solve them.
Let's meet the starters. For the Eagles, number 14, Brittany Simpson. For the Cougars, number 1, Hope Lumpkins. For the Eagles, number 21, Julia Schlesinger. For the Cougars, number 2, Zoe Schwinn. For the Eagles, number 23, Bella Baker. For the Cougars, number 21, Leela Weezy Kenyon. For the Eagles, number 30, Allison Ricker. For the Cougars, number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. For the Eagles, number 35, Jaden Key. And for the Cougars, number 43, Marissa Reader. The Lady Eagles are coached by Andrew Graver and assisted by Mackenzie Hall. And the Lady Cougars are coached by Jay Winter and assisted by Stan Avey. Good luck, girls.
All right, I think we're back. Hope Lumpkins now with the ball at the far wing. Now over to number 24, Abigail Rodriguez at the center of the court. Now over to Hope back at the far wing. Down to Zoe. Back up to Hope. Ball is tipped by a Eagle, though, and out of the court. And Cougars will keep the ball. And they toss it into Zoe, now at the far wing. Back out to Hope. Hope driving down the baseline. Met by the Eagles defense in a little bit of trouble. Tries to pass it around to Zoe, but it's tipped out of the court. And they will keep the ball. Cougars trying to toss in the ball. Zoe Schwinn at the baseline. They'll toss it into Hope at the far wing. Now to Abigail. Abby now trying to pass it into Mercer Reaver at the low post. Up for two, and it's good. Eagles back with the ball. Bring the ball back down the court. Now we're 35 at the closer wing. Now we're 23 at the far wing. She'll dribble it down a little bit. Looking around for some options. Sets up a screen. Now down to 35 to the low post. Back up to the top of the key and over to 23 at the close wing. She'll drive in, up for two, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball now. Abigail with it. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Back down to Abby at the far corner. She'll drive down the baseline. Up for two. Shot's no good. Fight for the rebound. And it goes out of the court. And it will remain with the Ellinwood Eagles. Eagles now driving the ball back down the court. Eagles with the ball. Driving it around. Number 23 at the midcourt line. Now at the far wing. Looking around for some options. Fight for it now into 21, the free throw line. Out to 23 at the closer wing. She'll drive down. And is met by the Cougars defense. She'll go back out to the far wing. Up to 14 now. Now to 23 again. She'll look around for some options. Down to 21. Up for two. Shot's no good. 14 with the rebound. And it'll be good. Cougars back with the ball now. Zoe driving the ball down. Now to Hope at the closer wing. Up to Abby. Now to Marissa at the far wing. Into Leela at the high post. Now back over to Hope. Up to Abby again. Back to Hope. Hope trying to drive a little bit. She'll go down into the lane. Try to pass it out, but the Eagles will steal it. Eagles driving the ball down the court now. Eagles bring the ball down the court. Now with the 14th far wing. Up for three, no good. 23 with the rebound, and the Cougars will steal it from her. Hope now passing over to Abigail. Now down to Leela Kenyon. Leela back up to Hope at the far wing. Down to Marissa at the far corner. Now over to Abby at the closer wing. She'll drive in. Up for two. Shot's no good because she's caught traveling. Now turn the ball over to the Eagles. Eagles tossing in the ball. Number 14 taking it down the court now. Now over to 35 at the closer wing. Should go to the top of the key. Now over to 23, my bad, at the far wing. Up to the top of the key now. Up over to 14. She'll try to drive down a little bit, but it's met by the Cougar defense. 23 back with the ball. She'll go down to the far wing. Down to the corner, drive the baseline, up for two. Shot's no good. 35 for your rebound. That's no good. And as they fight for the ball, it'll go out of the court and over to the Cougars. Cougars are turning the ball down the court. Hope with it now. At the closer wing. Now over to Marissa Reaver at the far wing, at the far corner, my bad. And the Eagles get the ball back. Reaver, Eagles back with the ball at the far wing, 23. Up to the top of the key now. Ball is stolen from her, rolls out of the court, and will remain with the Eagles. Eagles now with the ball at the closer sideline. 30 thrown in into 23 at the closer wing. Up to 14 at the mid-court line. She'll try to drive down, but out to 23 at the far wing. Down to 14 at the low post, up for 2, no good. 21 for your rebound, and it's good. Cougars bring the ball back down the court. Abby bringing it to the farther wing. Now to the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the far close wing, up for 2. Shot's no good. Eagles back with the ball. 14 taking it down the closer side this time. Now at the close wing. Now over to 23 at the far wing. She'll dribble in, up for 2. Shot's no good. Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking the ball down the court now. Now over to Hope at the closer wing. Down to Marissa at the short corner. Up for 2. Shot's no good. Eagles back with the ball. Eagles toss the ball down the court. 23 with it now at the far wing. Up to the top of the key now. Over to 12 at the close wing. Fight for it. And she will go and try to pass it out to 14. Almost getting the ball stolen again. 14 driving down the court now. To the low post, up for 2. Ball goes over the basket though, and a fight for the rebound as a whistle is called. And it'll be against number 30 for your Ellinwood Eagles, Allison. She'll be caught holding. Will be caught holding. Abigail bringing the ball down the court. Now over to Hope at the closer wing. Down to Marissa now at the short corner. Back up to Abby at the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Down to Marissa at the low post. Up for 2, but almost up for 2. Out to Leela. And she will be caught traveling. And Eagles will call in a sub. Eagles now with the ball, bringing it down the court. She'll drive down the lane, up for 2. Shot's no good. And that'll be against number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. She'll be caught pushing. Now place the Eagles down at the baseline. 14 now has it, closer wing. She'll drive down, up for 2. Shot's no good. 14 for your rebound. That's no good. She'll try to put it up again, no good. And Cougars will get the ball. Abigail bringing the ball down the court now. She'll end up the farther wing. Out to Hope. Hope looking for some options. Goes over to Leela at the closer wing. Now back over to Abigail at the far corner. Up to Leela, but the ball is stolen from her. Eagles back with the ball. Fight for it, though, as they go down the court. And a jump ball will be called. I believe that will remain Eagles ball at the midcourt line. Eagles 35 tossing in the ball now into 23. She'll take it to the top of the key, now over to 14. Ball is tipped from her though. Fight for it. And it goes out of the court. And it'll be turned over to the Cougars. Cougars tossing in the ball to Abigail. Now over to Hope, the closer wing. Hope back to Abby. Abby back to Hope, now at the close wing. Down to Leela, the high post. Out to Marissa at the close corner. Now up to Hope. Hope at the top of the key. Out to Abby now at the far wing. Back over to Reaver at the close wing. She'll look for some options. Finds Zoe at the high post. She'll try to drive a little bit. Out to Hope at the far wing again. Up for 3, and it's good. Eagles now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Number 23 at the far wing. Up at the top of the key, she'll try to drive. Up for 2. Rolls in and out, no good. Fight for the rebound. Ellinwood back with the ball. And it'll be against number 21, Leela Kenyon. I believe that'll be a hand check of some sort. I'll place 23 for your Ellinwood Eagles. Up for her first free throw, and it's good. Exactly, will be Bella Baker up at the free throw line. Bella's next free throw's up, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball now. Hope has it at the closer wing. Down to Reaver. Into Zoe. Going off her foot, though. And then 21 Lila Kidney will pick it up. Reaver now back with the ball at the closer wing. Over to Hope. Not Hope. Abigail at the farther wing, but looks like the ball will slip out of her hands and out of the court. Over to the Eagles. Eagles bringing the ball back down the court now. 14 taking it down. She'll take it to the closer wing. Into the lane, up for 2, and it's good. And with that, that'll be the end of your first quarter. Your Otis-Bison Cougars 5, Ellinwood Eagles 10. Both teams return to the court. Abigail has it at the farther side. Over to Marissa now at the closer wing. Into Leela at the high post. Back out to Marissa. She'll take it to top key. Now over to 24 Abigail Rodriguez at the closer wing. Over to 43 Marissa Reaver at the far wing. Over to Abby. She'll drive. Met by the defense though. Back out to Leela. Back to Abby at the short corner. Up for 2, and it's no good. But a whistle is blown. And it'll be against number 22 for your Ellinwood Eagles. It'll be Neve Bowman. Now plays Abigail for some free throws. Her first one's up. Off the back of the rim and no good. Abigail up for a second free throw, and it's good. Eagles bringing the ball down the court now, 14. Now to 23 at the far wing. Up to the top of the key now. She'll look around for some options. Trying to get through the Cougar defense, so we'll go out to 22, back to 23 at the far corner. Up for 3, ball falls short, and over to the Cougars. Destiny Mitchell bringing the ball back down the court. She'll bring it to the farther side. Down to Marissa Reaver at the low post. Up, trying to find a way to put it up. And a travel is called as she passes it over to Zoe. And that'll be over to the Eagles. Looks like both teams will call in some subs. .23 for Eagles now passing in the ball into 14. Take it to the top of the key, now down the lane, up for 2. Shot's no good, fight for the rebound, and looks like Abigail will take it. And a whistle's blown on the Eagles. Will be against number 30, Allison Richard. And she will be caught pushing. Abigail now back with the ball, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now over to Hope at the closer wing. She'll drive down, try to put it up for 2. And a whistle is blown as she's jump ball is called. Turn over to the Eagles. Eagles now with the ball, 14, bringing it down the court. She'll drive out to 23 now at the far corner. She'll go down the baseline, up for 2. And an intentional foul called on the Eagles over to the Cougars.
this will be Destiny Mitchell throwing the ball in to Abigail Rodriguez. Coming down the court. Goes for the drive, backs out. Bobs it over to Hope. Hope. Puts it up for 3. Bounces off the rim. The Eagles rebound it.
Eagles now with the ball, 14, taking it down the court. Down to the far wing, over to 23 at the top of the key now. She'll drive in the lane, passing it over to 21, up for 2. Shots rebounded, no good. Fight for the rebound again, and the Cougars will end up with it.
Hope Lumpkins got that rebound, pass it to Abby, bringing it down the court. Trying to figure out what to do here. Gets it over to Destiny at the top. Over to Hope at the far wing. Passes it into the post. Zoe Schwent tries to put it up, but gets a foul. That'll be good for 2 free throws. That'll be on 21, blue.
Julia
was on the arm. First one went in. Second basket's good.
Eagles now back at the ball, 14 taking it down the court. She'll look around for some options. Goes to the far wing. Now down to 22, she'll drive. Pass over to 21, but the Cougars will steal it.
Zoe Schwint got that rebound, got it over to Hope. Over to Abby, bringing it up the court. Down to Destiny, puts it up for 2, but goes off the backboard on the top. Eagles rebound, and the Eagles call the timeout, a full.
Both teams return to the court. Eagles will start off with it. 14 taking it down the court. Just under 5 minutes on the clock. Down to the far wing, up for 3. Shot goes wide, no good. Fight for the rebound as it goes out of the court. And it will remain with the Eagles. Down for your Eagles, number 14 at the baseline. She'll look around for some options, finds 23 at the short corner, back out to 14 at the far corner, up for 3, and it's good.
Zoe Schwint threw the ball in, got it to Abby, coming down the court. Throwing it all the way over to Destiny. Back to Hope. Fight for the ball over to Abby. Gets it down to Zoe. Back up to Abby. Down to Hope, the post corner. Tries to drive baseline, but Eagles block her. Has to travel on Hope Lumpkins.
Ellinwood now back with the ball, 14 taking it down the court. Over to 22 at the closer wing, up to the top of the key, out to 23. She'll drive, up for 2. Shot's no good, trying to get the rebound. And a whistle's blown as 21 gets the ball.
Foul was called on white 2, Zoe Schwint. Was an on the arm. Yeah, on the arm.
Now put up 21 for Eagles for some free throws. Her first one's up and it's good. One's up. And it looks like she crosses the line, so that free throw will be no good.
Yep, basically what that was is she crossed the line before the ball hit the rim. So they called a violation. Zoe Schwint passed the ball in, got it to Abby. Abby bringing it down the court. Eagles try to tip it off her. Over to Zoe. Drives baseline. Gets it back up to Abby, over to Hope. Down to Destiny at the close corner, puts it up for 3. Bounces off the rim, but the Cougars get the rebound. Zoe Schwint passes it out to Abby. Over to Leela, back out to Hope. But the Eagles tip the ball, and they got it.
14 for your Eagles, bringing it down the court. Now down to 23 at the far wing. She'll look for some options, goes up to top of the key. She'll try to drive down the lane, but looks like she'll get shoved out by the Cougars defense. Back up to 35 now at the high post. Out to 23 at the far wing, up for 3, and it's good.
Hope Lumpkins throwing the ball in, gets it to Abby, bringing it down the court. Over to Hope Lumpkins. Gets it back over to Abby. To Destiny at the top, into Leela. Back over to Abby, puts it for 3. Misses, and the Eagles get the rebound.
14 driving the ball back down the court. Down to 23 at the low post, up for 2. Shot's no good, and the Cougars will fight for it.
This is not football.
Back 23 for your Eagles. Went down pretty hard on that one. The Eagles will call in some subs. Plays 14 at the baseline for that jump ball. They'll toss it into 23 at the short corner. Back out to 14. She'll try to drive. And a whistle's blown.
That foul was called on white 24. Abby Rodriguez.
21 tossing it in for your Eagles. They'll toss it out to 14. She'll drive again, up for 2. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. It goes out of the court. Back over to the Cougars.
Zoe Schwint, number 2, throwing the ball in to Abby. Coming down the court. Gets it over to Destiny. Gets it down to the block. Zoe Schwint. Eagles tip it off and goes out of bounds. That'll stay with the Cougars. Number 2, Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. So we have 5 seconds to hold, so it goes over to the Eagles.
Eagles tossing in the ball to 14. She'll take it down the court. Driving to the far wing, up for 3. Shots good.
Destiny Mitchell throwing on the ball. Gets to Abby, coming down the court. Throws it down to Zoe, but gets tipped and goes out of bounds. That'll go to the Eagles. Cougars call a 30-second timeout. We'll be back shortly.
Both teams return to the court. Eagles will start with the ball. 14 driving it down the court. Now down to 23 at the closer wing. She'll go down to the lane, up for 2. Shot's good.
Abby Rodriguez throwing the ball in to Destiny, bringing it down the court. Back over to Abby. Back to Destiny. Eagles trying to steal it down to the to the block. Zoe Swint puts it in for 2.
Eagles back with the ball again. 14 taking it down the court. Take it over to 23 at the closer wing. Now we're to 14. Looks like she'll accidentally trip up and go out of the court. Over to the Cougars.
Destiny Mitchell throwing the ball in to Abby. Coming down the court. Gets it over to Zoe at the high post. Back out to Abby. Hands off to Destiny. Throws it to Hope. Leela set the screen. Hope throws it to Destiny, who gets it to the corner, to the block, to Zoe. That'll be a push. Blue 23.
It'll be against number 23 for your Lady Eagles, Bella Baker.
So that stays with the Cougars. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. Gets it all the way to the top for Hope, puts it up to 3. Misses, goes out of bounds, and let us go to the Eagles.
Eagles back with the ball with 31 seconds remaining in your first half. They'll toss it into 14. She'll take it down the court. Now at the top, the key goes to the far wing. Trying to drive in, looks over to 11, or I believe that's 12 at the closer wing. Up for 3, shots no good. Fight for the rebound, and a whistle's blown.
Foul's called on White 1, Hope Lumpkins.
Now place number 35 for your Ellinwood Eagles. Jaden Keith up for some 3 throws. Her first one's up, off the back of the rim and no good. Is getting ready for a second one. Up it goes. Off the back of the rim again. No good. And a shove will be called.
We're going to push on White number 1, Hope Lumpkins.
Now place the Eagles at the baseline. 35 has it. Into 21. Up for 2. In and out of the basket. So no good. Fight for the rebound. And a whistle's blown. It'll be against number 22, Nevaeh Bowman.
Number 21, Leela, shooting for the Cougars. Puts it up. That'll be good, which means she gets to shoot her second shot. Puts it up, but bounces off the rim. Eagles rebound.
14 will take it down the court for your Eagles. Over to 22. She'll be at the baseline. Into 21. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. And that'll be the buzzer. At the end of your first half, your Otis-Bison Cougars 11. Your Eagles 22.
We will see you in the second half. Abby brought the ball up. Marissa back to Hope. Three. Zoe's able to save it. Gets it in. Zoe jump ball. Goes to the Eagles ball.
Eagles with ball number 14. Brittany Simpson with the ball. Eagles territory. Throw it over now to number 35, Jaden Keith. In down the low post for 23, Bella, going dribbling around. Over to number 30, Allison. Trying to find her options. Going over back over to Brittany, who crosses the center line. And over to the Cougars.
Hope Lumpkins, number 1, will be throwing the ball in. Abby Rodriguez coming down the court. Back to Hope. Into the high post. Continues down to Marissa. Gets it back in. Sends it out of bounds. Hope. Hope gets it to Abby. Back over to Hope. Gets it over to Marissa. Over to Abby. Skip pass to Hope Lumpkin. Back to Abby to the high post. Leela and Hope puts it up for 3. It's a miss, and it'll bounce off one of the Eagles. But they call a travel. It'll stay with the Cougars. Number 2, Zoe Schwent throwing the ball in. Blue calls in a sub. Zoe throwing the ball in. Gets it all the way out to Hope. Hope gets to Abby. Back to Hope. Goes in, gets it to Marissa at far wing. Skip pass to Abby. Over to Hope. Into the high post, Leela Kenyon. Back to Abby. Skip pass to Hope Lumpkin. Back to Abby. Abby throws it to Marissa. Marissa gets it to the high post. Leela back to Abby. Puts it up for 2. Bounces off though. Zoe Schwent tried to save it, but it went out of bounds. Never mind, it went off on blue, so that'll stay with the Cougars. Zoe Schwent throwing the ball in. Gets it right there to the block to Leela.
Number 14, Brittany with the ball. Bringing it back down with some major speed going. Putting the ball for 2 at low post, and it's good.
Abby threw the ball into Hope. Gets it all the way down to Leela. They tried to get it, but it tipped off of the blue, which tipped off of white, and that'll go to the Eagles.
Ella Baker throwing the ball in to number 14, Brittany Simpson. She's going to bring it back down to the Eagles side. Going back over, going down the high post, put up for 2, and it's no good. Number 12, Morgan putting the ball up for 3, no good. Rebounded by number 33, Jalen Bauer, going around, going down the high post, throw it down to number 30, Emma. Allison put it up for 2, no good.
Hope Lumpkins with the rebound with the help of Leela. Taking it down the court. Over to Abby. Straight to the high post to Leela. Back to Abby. Gets it over to Hope. A little bit of a lob to Zoe, the high post. Drives, puts it in for 2. It'll be back to the Eagles.
Number 14, Brittany again with the ball. Gonna bring it back down to to Eagle territory. Hand off to number 12, Morgan Schindler. Hand off to back off to Brittany. Hand it back now to number 23, Bella. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars.
Eagles called in a sub.
Number 21 with the ball. Julia putting it up for 2. And shot is good.
Hope Lumpkins throwing the ball in, gets to Abby, coming down the court. Over to Hope. Over to Marissa at the far wing. Bounce pass into Zoe at the block. Back out to Marissa though. Back up to Hope. Drive his baseline, but the Eagles tip it out of bounds. That'll stay with the Cougars. Number 1, Hope. No, number 2, Zoe Schmidt throwing it in. I think they called the restraining line. Question mark? Not sure there. Destiny Mitchell, number 3, going in for Hope Lumpkins, number 1.
Bella throwing the ball in to number 14, Brittany, bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Number 23, Bella with the ball, going to bring it back over to the top of the key. Now back over to Brittany, putting up for 3 from the close wing, and it's no good. Little struggle for the ball. Cougars get it, but
Zoe Schwint got that rebound, but stepped out of bounds, so it'll stay with the Eagles.
Number 23, Jaden Keith throwing the ball in. Over to number 12. That'll be Morgan Schindler. Back out to Brittany. Going to dribble it around over to, looks like she's going down to low post. Put up for 2. No good, but there was a call on the court against the Cougars.
Call be on 21 with a push. Eagles are printing up 2 free throws.
Number 14, Brittany will put up her first free throw, and it is no good for a point for the Eagles. Brittany's second shot is up. No good.
Layla Kenyon on the Cougars jumps to get the rebound. Throws it to Destiny coming down the court. Over to Abby. Tries to drive baseline, but the Eagles block her. To Destiny. Throws it far to the Zoe Schmidt at the low post. Puts it up for 2. That'll be good.
Number 14, Brittany with the ball, bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Going down the center of the court, now handing it back off to number 23. Bella Baker going to dribble around down the lane, hand it off to Brittany at close corner. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Layla Kenyon gets that rebound. Gets to Destiny coming down the court. Drives, gets to Abby. Over to Leela at the high post. Back to Abby, drives baseline, puts it up. Almost goes in, but it'll bounce out, and that'll be Eagles ball now.
Bella with the ball, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to go down the top of the high post. Running down, put up for 2 at low post, and it's good for 2.
Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. Destiny throws it to Abby, coming down the court. Eagles got her doubled, though. Gets to Destiny, who gets it to low post. Zoe Schwint puts it in. That'll be good for 2 points.
Number 14, Brittany with the ball, bringing it back down to Eagle territory, going down center of the court at a slow pace. Running down the lane, put a low post, put up for 2. No good, but there's a call on the court. Turn over to the Cougars as number 14, Brittany Simpson, gets a technical foul.
Correction, that was not a technical foul. That was only a foul. Abby Rodriguez throwing the ball into Destiny, coming down the court. Gets it all the way over to Marissa, who skip passes over to Destiny, drove baseline. They call the foul, and it'll stay with the Cougars. Foul is on blue 22.
Nevaeh Bauman.
Zoe Schmidt throwing the ball in, gets it to Destiny Mitchell. The high post, Leela Kenyon. Marissa gets it, throws it to Abby. Back to Marissa, puts it up for 3. It bounces off the rim, and that'll go back to the Eagles.
Julia with the ball, handing it back off to number 23, Bella, bringing it back down on the far side of the court. Going to bring it over to the top of the key. Going down the close wing, hand it off to number 22, Nevaeh, running around, hand it back off to Brittany at top of the key. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good. A little struggle for the ball among both teams.
Sorry. Destiny Mitchell gets that rebound, gets it over to Zoe, gets it over to Abby, bringing it down the court. Over to Destiny. Gets it to high post, Neil Kenyon. Back out to Abby, who gets it to Marissa. Over to Destiny. To Zoe, the post. Puts it up, but misses. Eagles get the rebound, and they're going back down the court.
Bella with the ball going back on the far side of the court. Going to run in over to high post now. Trying to find her options. Checking it out to Nevaeh. Hand it back off to Bella at the close wing. Going to run it over to top of the key. Back down the lane. Putting up for 2. No good. Number 21, Julia got it though. Put up for 2. No good.
Zoe Schwint got that rebound. Gets to Abby coming down the court. He gets all the way down to Destiny. Drives, puts it up. Misses, but Zoe got the rebound. Puts it up. But they called no good on it. They called an offensive foul on number 3, Destiny Mitchell. So that'll be Eagles ball, and they'll be bringing it down the court.
Looks like the refs are discussing with the
Officials.
With the officials. Yep, there it is. Couldn't remember what it is. Number 23, Bella Baker throwing it in over to number 14, Simpson, bringing it back down. She's going to bring it back down the lane, put it up for 2 at mid post, and it's good for 2.
Abby Rodriguez throwing the ball in, gets it to Destiny, drives hard down the court. The Eagles stop her. Tries to get it to Abby, but the Eagles block it, go down for a layup.
Bella puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Zoe Schwent throwing the ball in, gets it to Abby, bringing it back down the court. Gets it over to Destiny. 30 seconds left on the clock. Tries to get it to low post, but misses. But Abby goes in, gets the ball, drives, puts it up for 2.
Brittany with the ball. She's going to bring it back down center of the court at a slow pace.
Got 15 seconds left on the clock with the Eagles.
She's going to speed it up, going down the close wing. Now back over to high post. Back out to number 22, Nevaeh, putting up for 3 from the far corner. No good. Call on the court. Jump ball. Turn over to the Cougars.
That'll be Cougars ball with 5 seconds left on the clock. Eagles go ahead and throw in a sub for 23. Number 12 went in. Abby Rodriguez throwing the ball in to Destiny. Destiny puts it back to Abby. Puts it up for a buzzer beater. Bounces off. It was close, though. It was close. We will see you in the 4th quarter.
Welcome back to the 4th quarter. Brittany with the ball, going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Going down top of the key, hand back off to Julia at the close, or Nevaeh, dribbling the ball around. Going it down over to number 30, Allison. Back out to Brittany at close corner. Going to dribble around, back out to Nevaeh at top of the key, going down the close wing, back down to low post now. Ball's being dribbled around, handed off to number 30, Allison. Try to put up for 2, no good.
Lila Kenyon got that rebound, gets it over to Hope Lumpkins, coming down the court. Over to Abby Rodriguez. Back to Hope. Back over to Destiny. Trying to make a move. Gets it to the high post, though she went. Drives baseline. Eagles try to steal it. Gets it to Destiny. Puts it for three. And that'll be a good three-pointer right there. Back to the Eagles.
And 14, Brittany throwing the ball in for the Eagles, and it goes out of bounds against the Cougars. And it will remain with the Eagles. Ball thrown in over to Brittany. She's going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Putting up for three from the close wing. No good. Rebound by Allison, I believe. Puts it up for two. No good. Brittany with the rebound again. No good. Julia getting it out to number 14. Brittany going to bring it over top of the key. Throw it back out to number 23. Bella dribbling around. Going down to high post. Throwing it out to Julia at low post. Puts up for two. And shot is good.
Hope Lumpkins throwing the ball in for the Cougars to Abby Rodriguez. Gets to Zoe at the high post. Gets Hope. Puts it up for three, but misses. That's all right, though.
Call on the court.
Right, White 21 with a push. That'll be the call. It'll be Eagles ball still.
Jaden Keith throwing the ball in over to number 22. Nevaeh at the far corner, going to dribble around. Going to try making her way over to the top of the key, but goes over to the far wing. She's going to hand it off to number 14, Brittany. She's going to go down to low post and call on the court against the Cougars.
Called the foul was called on White 24, Abby Rodriguez with a block.
Brittany throwing it in over to number 23, Bella at low post, put up for two. Shot is good.
Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. Destiny driving down the court hard. Goes up for a layup. Puts it in for 2 points. We'll be back to the Eagles.
Brittany with the ball now, bringing it back down. Center of the court at a slow pace, and there's a call.
Looks like they were just making sure that 23 and the Eagles was all right. Be staying with the Eagles.
Jaden throwing the ball in. Over to number 23, Bella. She's going to bring it back down to top of the key, running down the lane, running down the low post. Hands it off to Julia at low post as well. Put up for two, no good. No, puts up again, no good. They'll struggle for the ball. Out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Eagles. Ball is over with Bella now. Hand it back off to number 14, Brittany. Back over to Bella, going down at low post. Call on the court.
Foul's call on White 21, Leela Kenyon with a block. It'll remain with the Eagles. They put in a sub for Leela. Number 43, Marissa Reaver going in.
Bella with the ball at low post, putting up for two. Shot is good for two.
Zoe Schwint throwing the ball into Destiny, driving down the court. Puts it into the block to Marissa Reaver. Back out to Abby, puts it for three, but misses. But Zoe saves it, gets it to Destiny. No, that'll be a foul on the Eagles, on Destiny. Yeah.
Calls against number 22, Nevaeh Bowman, pushing.
Destiny Mitchell, number 3, is shooting 2 free throws. First one's no good, bounces off the back of the rim.
Good job, Jaden. Use your butt, Blue.
Putting up her second shot now.
Get in front, get in front.
Bounces back off, but she goes and gets her own rebound. Hope Lumpkins gets the ball. Back to Destiny. Over to Abby. Gets it back out to Hope. Hope gets it back out to Destiny. Bounce pass over to Abby at the top. Gets down to Hope. Tries to get it to Hope, but one of the Eagles intercept the ball.
Bella with the ball, trying to get around Hope. Hands it off to Brittany, going down. Hands it back off to Juliet. Low post, put up for 2, no good.
Abby Rodriguez with that rebound coming down the court. Gets it out to Destiny, who puts it for 3. Be off the backboard. Called a foul on Blue 12 with a push.
Morgan Schindler pushing.
It'll remain with the Cougars, but I think the Cougars called the timeout. Okay, Cougars called the timeout. We have full timeout. We'll be back in a minute. Number 2 is Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. Gets it to Hope, who gets it to Destiny at the top. Over to Abby. Gets it into high post, Zoe Schwint. Back to Abby, over to Marissa at the top. Over to Hope in the close corner. Tries to get it over, but Eagles block it. But saves it, gets to Destiny. Drives baseline. Foul is on Blue 12 with a push. It'll stay with the Cougars. Sorry.
Against Morgan Schindler.
Zoe Schwint, number 2, throwing the ball in. Gets it to Marissa, who puts it up, but misses. They try to save the ball. Like they called in on 2 white, tipped it into the back of the backboard. Go to the Eagles, bringing it down the court.
Brittany with the ball, going to bring it back down center of the court. Hand it off to Bella at the far wing. Going to throw it in, back down to Allison at low post. Put up for 2, no good, but there's a call on the court against the Cougars.
Fouls on White, 2 with a hit.
Allison's first free throw is up, and it is no good for Eagle Point. Second free throw is up, and it is no good.
Zoe Schwint with that rebound, gets it over to Abby, bringing it down the court. Gets it over to Hope. Drives, but the Eagles blocker. Gets it up to Abby, back to Hope. Eagles got her, though, and got the ball back. Coming down the court.
Brittany with the ball, going to bring it back down in the center of the court. Hand it off the Bell at the far wing. Going down top of the key now. Running down the lane to low post. Hand it back out to Brittany at close wing. Going top of the key. Back over to Nevaeh. Back down to Brittany at low post. Put up for 2. No good, but there's a call on the board.
Falling on White. 43 with a push.
Brittany will have an opportunity for a point or 2. Her first free throw is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Never mind, Eagle point.
Eagle point. Yeah, all right. You're tired. I understand. We're good.
Second shot is up, and it's good for another Eagle point.
Zoe Schwint throwing the ball into Abby Rodriguez coming down the court. Over to Hope. Into the high post, Leela Kenyon. Over to Abby on the far corner, puts it up for three. Bounces off the rim, it'll be no good. But Destiny gets the rebound. Puts it up for three. Bounces off the backboard, no good. Blue gets the rebound, that'll be Eagles ball now.
Bello with the ball going down on the far side with some speed going down the far wing. Going to make a way down middle lane. Hand off to Dean, puts up for two. Shot's good.
Abby throwing the ball into Destiny, coming back down the court. Gets it up to Abby Rodriguez, over to Hope. Down to Destiny Mitchell. Drives in. Tries to get it to the low post, but goes out of bounds, and that'll be with the Eagles. Never mind, looks like the Eagles took the ball, and it'll stay with the Cougars now. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in. Zoe gets it into Abby, who gets it back to Zoe, who gets it up to Hope, puts it for a three, bounces off, oh, that's all right. Goes out of bounds on the Eagles, so it'll stay with us, the Cougars. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in, gets it over to Abby, to Hope, swings it around to Leela, gets it all the way, tries to get it to Abby, but Eagles tip it out of bounds. It will stay with the Cougars. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball into Abby, gets it to Hope. Trying to figure out what to do here, gets it over to Abby at the close corner. Eagles try and steal it. Almost tip it out of bounds, but it goes back in. Leela puts it up for two, makes it. That'll be a good Cougars 2 points.
Brittany with the ball now, going to bring it back down center of the court with a little bit of speed. Going down the lane, hit it off to number 35, Jaden, trying to put up for two, but goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Number 15, Grace Sturt throwing the ball in to number 12, Morgan, putting up for two, no good.
Zoe Schwint gets that rebound, gets it over to Hope Lumpkins, coming down the court, gets it to Abby, over to Marissa. Gets it back up to Hope, over to Abby. Gets it all the way over to Marissa. Passes to Hope. Skip pass all the way over to Abby. Down to Marissa. Puts it up for two. Bounces back off though. Zoe gets the rebound. They call a foul. Stay with us, it looks like.
Falls against number 32, Emma Nicky. Pushing.
Zoe Schwint throwing the ball into Abby. Puts it up for two, it looks like. That'll be good.
Number 14, Brittany with the ball now, going to bring it back down in the court, going down center. Looks like she's trying to buy some time. Hand it back off to number 12, Morgan. Coming around, hand it back off to number 32, Emma. Back out some. Back to Morgan, hands back off to Brittany. She's going to put the ball up for three from top of the key, no good. Number 15, Grace with the rebound, no. Hand it back out to number 14, Brittany at top of the key still. Going to dribble the ball around.
10 seconds left on the clock here.
Going to hand it back off to number 12, Morgan, putting up for three, no good. So struggle for the ball, jump ball will be called. Turnover to the Cougars.
With 1.7 seconds left on the clock. Abby bringing the ball up, puts for a buzzer beater, misses. The final score will be Cougars 28, Eagles 42. That'll be a win for the Eagles. We will be back for the boys varsity.
son of Jack and Shayna Richardson. Sophomores, Lander Blackburn, basketball, son of Mitch and Amy Blackburn. Ishmael Cortez, basketball, son of Alexander. Ian Hazelhorst, basketball, son of Jason and Katie. Jake Hoopengartner, basketball, son of Lance and Hoopengartner. Memphis Jensen, basketball and live stream, son of Danny and Bess Jensen. Logan Meyer, basketball, son of Eric and Karen Meyer. Juniors, Easton Juno, basketball, son of Eric and Stephanie Juno. Hayden Morrison, basketball, son of Casey Morrison and Jessica Schertz. Riley Pauley, basketball, son of Trenton Pauley and Kristen Powell. Seniors, Chase Mitchell, live stream, son of Robert and Lori Mitchell. Preston Ross, live stream, son of Brian and Heather Ross. Thank you, coaches Curtis Little and Philip Butler, and our live stream sponsor, Hank Highfield. Let's give a big round of applause to our pep band for all they've done for us this year.
Oh, I got tilted. Dang it.
Remember, your grandparents are watching, you know. Try and catch Travis a little bit and catch the cheerleaders, all right? Go 5.
Both teams get ready for the jump. Up for the Eagles, number 24, Coy Bennett. Up for the Cougars, number 21, Logan Meyer. Ball's up and up over to number 0, Britton Dutton. Gonna bring it over to Eagles territory. Hand going up for 2, no good. And ball's out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Eagles. Would help if we also switch the quarter. Ball is thrown in over to number 24. Coy puts it up for 2, and shot is good. Jake Hubergarden with the ball now, bringing it back down to Cougar territory, going down the far end. Hands it off to Riley Pauly, going to dribble it around. Hands off to Hayden and off to Riley, and he's caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougar, to the Eagles. Ball's thrown in over to Britton, bringing it back down to Eagle territory on the far end. Going down high post, throwing it back out to number 3, Drew. Back out says Britton, putting up for 3 from the far wing, no good. Riley with the rebound, though. Going to bring it back down to Cougar territory on the close end. Center of the court. Hands it off to Hayden at the low post. Back over to the Eagles. Number 2, Mason with the ball. Going to hand off to Britton, going down the lane. Put up for 2. Lost the ball and goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Cougars, with the Eagles. Ball thrown in over to number 24, Coy. Hands it off to Britton at the far wing. Going to dribble it around just a bit. Back over to Coy at low post. Putting up for 2. Shot is no good. But there's a call in the court against the Cougars. Logan Meyer was caught hitting. Get number 24, Coy, a opportunity for a point or 2. First shot is up, and it is good. Second shot is up by Coy, and it is no good. Never mind, it is good. Whoops. Jake with the ball, going to throw it over to Easton, bringing it back down to Cougar territory. Going to try hand off to Hayden. Turnover to the Cougars as the ball goes, or to the Eagles as the ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Coy throws it over to Dutton. Britton bringing it back down to Eagles territory, going down top of the key. Going to bring it down the lane, hand it back out to number 2, Mason. Put it up for 3, and the shot is good. Cougars with the ball. Jake going to bring it back down to the far, hand off to Riley, going down back over to Hayden in the close corner. Going to dribble around, loses the ball. Number 5, Alec Brack with the ball, running up for 2. The shot is good. Cougars with the ball now. Jake throwing it down to Pauly at close wing. Going to try to find his options. Going to dribble it around. Back to the Eagles. Number 24, Coy gets it back down to Britton. Put up for 2. No good. Looks like there's a call on the court against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Eagles. Never mind, it's a turnover to the Cougars. Number 2, Mason Moore, was caught pushing. Number 15, Hayden Morrison throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Back over to Jake. Yeah, they could ever speak. Jake throws it in over to Easton Juno at close corner. Going to dribble it around. Hands it back off to Jake. Steal from the Eagles, and there's a call on the court. Never mind. Yeah, there's a call. Calling us number 11, Easton Juno. Holding. Oh, hand check. Britton Dutton bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Going down to top of the key. Hands it back off to number 2, Mason. Back off to number 24, Coy. Back over to Mason. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Hayden Morrison with the rebound, though. Going to hand it off to Jake. Back over to Easton. Stolen by number 5, Alec, but goes out of bounds. And it will remain with the Cougars. Easton Juno throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Hands it off to Hayden. Going to bring it back down. At far wing. Hand it back off to Juno. And there's a call on the court. Foul against Juno. Turnover to the Eagles. Foul is player control. Britton with the ball back, bring it back down to Eagles side. 5 minutes and 15 on the clock. Hands it back off to number 15, Layton. Back out to number 5, Alec putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Hayden Morrison with the ball now, bringing it back down to Cougar territory. On the far end, going down to far wing. Gonna make his ball goes over to Meyer, putting up for 2, no good. Britton with the ball now, we're gonna bring it back down to Eagles side. Going down lane, put up for 2 at low post, and it's good for 2. Ball's back over with Jake. He's going to bring it down center of the court by the looks of it. Throwing it back down to Juno at the close wing. Going down the close corner. Back to the wing. Going to try to find his options. Going over to Blackburn, but it's stolen by number 24, Coy. Going down low post, put up for 2. Shot is good as he dunks the ball. And it looks like there is a call on the court. Number 24, Coy Bennett got a technical foul for hanging on to the basket. Number 1, Jake Cooper going around the opportunity for a point or 2. First shot is up and it's good for a Cougar point. Second shot is up by Jake, and it's no good. Number 15, Hayden Morrison throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Hands it off to Riley Polly. Going to bring it back down the Cougars side. Hand it off to Jake at the close wing. Going to dribble it around. Back over to Riley at close wing as well. Going to go down to high post. Back off. Ball almost goes out of bounds, but saved by Jake. Hands it off to Hayden. Back over to Jake, and there's a travel called on Hayden Morrison. Turnover to the Eagles. Britton with the ball, going to bring it back down the Eagles side. Going down top of the key. Hand it back off to number 10, Cooper. Back over to Britton, putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Cougars with it now. Jake going to bring it back down over intended for Easton, but flies out of his hands and goes out of bounds. Turned back over to the Eagles. 30-second timeout on the Cougars. Be back at 30. Both teams return to the court and get ready. Britton hands the ball back off to Coy and makes their way back down to Eagles side. Ball's now back over with Alec Brock. Hand back over to Coy. Back over to Britton at close wing. Put up for 3. Shot is good for 3. Riley throwing the ball back over to Jake. He's going to bring it back down the Cougar side. Going to speed up his roll. Hand it over to Hayden. Going down the lane. Put up for 2. Shot is no good, but there's a call on the court against the Eagles. Calls against number 10, Cooper Hossman, on the arm. Hayden puts up his first free throw, and it is no good. Never mind, it is good, my bad. Hayden will have one more opportunity for another point for the Eagles. Second shot is up by Hayden, and it's good for another Cougar point. Number 0 with the ball. Britton bringing it back down over to high post. or goes down the low, put up for 2. The shot is good. Riley Pauly with the ball now, bringing it back down the Cougars' side, hand it back off to Jake at top of the key. Gonna dribble around, try to go down the low post, but the ball slips out of his hands and goes out of bounds. Turn over to the Eagles. Number 0, Britton with the ball. We're going to bring it back down the high post. Back out to Mason. Now back over to number 3, Drew. Back out to number 0, Britton. The ball gets thrown around a few more times. Ends up with number 10, Cooper. Back out with Britton putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Rebounded by number 3, Drew. Going to get it back out. Dribbling around a little bit. Putting up for 2. No good. Number 1, Jake Cooper with the ball now. We're going to bring it back down the Cougars' side. Throwing over to Hayden Morrison. Going down to close wing. Hand it back off to Riley Pauly. Drilling around just a little bit more. Going top of the key. Going down the far wing. Trying to find his options. Hands it off to Blackburn at low post. Tries putting up for 2, but there's no good. Britton with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Going to high post, put up for 2. Shot is good. Jake with the ball now, going to bring it back down. Going on the far side of the court. Throwing it over to Hayden, going down, low post, back over to Blackburn, also at low post, put up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Number 0, Britton with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going to dribble around over to the high post. Going to throw it back out to number 3, Drew. Back out to Coy at low post. Putting up for 2. No good. Rebounds his own ball. Puts up for 2, and it's good for 2. Jake with the ball. Going to bring it back down to Cougars' side. Going to speed up his pace a little bit. Going down top of the key. Back over to Pauly. A close wing. Close corner, my bad. Just loses the ball. A little struggle on both teams. Out of bounds against the Cougars. Turn over to the Eagles. Number 0, Britton with the ball, going to bring it back down. Hands it off to number 10, Cooper. Back over to Britton, going to run it down the low post. Try to put it up for 2, and the shot is good for 2. Hayden throwing the ball over to Riley, but it's stolen by Drew. Hands it off to Cooper at low post. Back out to Mason, putting up for 2. No good. Rebounds his ball. Put it up for 2 again, and it's good. Timeout on the Cougars. 30 seconds. Both teams return to the court, and there's a call immediately. Out of bounds against the Eagles, and it will remain with Cougars. Ball thrown back in over to Hayden Morrison. Going to bring it back to Cougars' side. Back over now to Riley Pauly. He's going to dribble it around. Going down to the far corner. Back over to low post where Logan Verlander is, but goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Cougars. Substitution on the Cougars. Jake comes in for Hayden. Jake Cooper going to throw the ball back in over to 3. Riley Pauly, 20 seconds on the clock. Riley's going to go down to low post, try putting up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Number 0, Britton with the ball. Going to bring it back down on the far side of the court. Going far wing. Going top of the key now. Back over to close wing. The Cooper is back over to Britton. Back over to Drew. 3 on the clock. Ball is up for 2 from Mason, and it's no good. That is your score is for the first quarter. 7 Cougars. 26 Eagles. Sorry about the delay in commentation. We are back now. As the Eagles score 2 points. Oh, come on. Riley Pauly throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Back over to Logan Myron, goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Cougars. Riley Pauly now throwing the ball back in. Back over to Hayden. Going to bring it back down to Cougar side. A little struggle for the ball. Turn over to the Eagles. Britton with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Going to dribble it around just a little bit, put it up for two, number 5. Alec putting it up for 2, and the shot is good. Riley Pauly with the ball, going to bring it back down to Hayden Morrison, going to dribble it. A little struggle at high post, put up for 2, no good. A little struggle, ball still. Coy with it, going to bring it back down, run down the lane, hand it off to Alec, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Little struggle for the ball there. Looks like both teams are struggling with the ball. Against number 11, Easton Juneau, hitting. Number 2, Mason will be putting the ball up for. First shot is up, and it is. First shot is good. Second shot is up by Mason, and it's good for another point. Ball is back in with the Cougars, over with Riley. Putting up for two at low post, and it's no good. Jay Kuppengunner throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Over to Riley Pauly at top of the key. Going to try to find his options now as the clock runs. Hands it off to Jake at the close wing. Put up for three. Shot is no good. Number 24, Coy with the ball. Trying to get out. Gets it out to number 0, Britton. Bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Hands it off to number 10, Cooper. Back off to number 5, Alec. Back over to Mason. Over to number 10, Cooper at close corner. Put up for three. No good. Meyer with the ball. Handed off to Cooper Gardner. Bring it back down the far end of the court. Going down top of the key now. Handed off to Riley at close wing. Dribbling around just a little bit more at high post. Puts it up for two. No good. Number 10, Cooper with the ball. Hands it off to Britton. Bringing it back down with some major speed. Put it up for two on mid post. No good. Struggle to get the ball up, but it goes back out to Alec at the far wing. Hands it off to number 0, Britton. Back out to Cooper. Now over to number 24, Coy at mid post. Puts it up for two. Shot is good for two. Kelson Juno with the ball now. Going to bring it back down. Hands off to Hayden at the far wing. Corner. Put up for three. No good. Ball's back in with 0. Britton put it up for three from the close wing. Put it, and it's good for three. Cougars call for a full timeout. Kelson Juno with the ball, going to throw it over to Jake. Back over to Hayden now. Back over to Jake at top of the key. Going to throw it back over to Hayden at close wing. Trying to find his options. 4 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. Back to Kelson, putting up for three from the far corner. No good. Britton Dunn with the ball, going to bring it back down. Hand it off to Mason, putting up for two. The shot is good for two. Jake Kuppengartner with the ball now, going to bring it down to Cougar side. Hand it off to Hayden, going down. Hand it back off to Logan at low post, put up for two, no good. Back out to number 24, Coy. We're going to running it down. Back over to Alec at the close corner, put up for three. Shot is good for three. Hayden Morrison with the ball now, going to bring it back down. At close wing, close corner, my bad. Going to dribble it around just a little more. Back off to Lander. Back over to Logan. Stolen by the Eagles. Number 3, Dre Hines with the ball. Hands it off to Britton. Put up for two. The shot's good. Jake with the ball. Hand it off to Hayden. Back over to Jake at Back to Hayden, the close wing, going down to high post. Put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Britton with the ball, going to bring it back down, running it over to close wing, going down top of the key. Back over to close corner where number 3, Drew is, putting it back over to Britton at top of the key, put up for 3. Shot is good for 3. Jake with the ball, going to bring it back down. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Back over to Hayden, back to Jake. Back over to Jake. He's going to run it down the low post. Hand off to Blackburn, put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Back over to number 0, Britton, bringing it back down. Going top of the key. Back over to Drew, now over to Alec. Back over to Drew, over to Britton. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Little struggle, and there's a call on the court against the Cougars. Ball's against number 21, Logan Meyer. Pushing. Well, the ball went out of bounds against Logan Meyer. Drew throws the ball in over to Britton, going down the top of the key. Hands it off to number 3, Drew. Back over to Britton, putting up for 3. Shot is good for 3. Riley Pauly with the ball, going to hand it off to Jay Kupengarner, throwing it back down to Kelson Juno. A close wing, going to dribble it down over the close corner. Going down high post. Back over to struggle for the ball on both teams. Back out to 24 Coy as there's a fight. Back out to number 0, Britton putting up for 2, no good. Easton with the ball, and there's a call. Calls against number 2, Mason Moore, holding. Jay Kupengarner throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Out to Juno. Well, Easton Juno going to bring it back down on the far end of the court. Going down to far corner. Back out over to Jake at high mid low post. Back over to right at that far close corner. Put up for 3. Shot is no good. Blackburn gets it over to Juno. Put up for 2. And the shot is no good. Number 5, Alec with the ball. Bringing it back down. Hands it off to Brenton at low post. And it's good for 2. Jake with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Cougar side on the far end of the court. Little struggle for the ball, almost loses it, but maintains it. Going down the far corner, put it up for 2, no good. Never mind, it is good for 2. Britton with the ball, bringing it back down, close wing. Going down low post, ball is kicked over to Juno, or over to Kupengarner. Bringing it back down, 30 on the clock. Back out to Riley at the close corner, going around the high post, putting up for 2. The shot is good. Riley with the rebound, or no good. Riley with the rebound, puts up for 2, no good. Alec with the ball, running it back down on the hand off to Britton, putting up for 2. Shot is good. Back out to the Cougars. Number 1, Jake with the ball, running it back down. Hand it off to number 3, Drew, putting up for 3. Riley puts up 3, and it is no good. The scores for the first half: 13 Cougars, 54 Eagles.
Hey, just want to announce that we are out of prizes, but we will still keep playing music for bingo if you want to check with us after the game or whatever. But there are no more prizes. Thank you.
Both teams are returned to the court. Ellinwood's going to throw the ball in to number 0. He's got some bright shoes. I like him. He's going to dribble around. He's going to pass to number 5, back to 0. He's going to dribble around looking for a pass. Back to 5, back to 3. Over to the close wing, number 2, back to number 0. He's going to look for a shot. It gets stolen by the Otis-Bison Cougars. Number 1, Jake Kupinger is going to bring the ball down the court. He's going to pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. Riley Pauly's going to dribble around. He's going to lose the ball, actually. He's going to look for a pass over number 11, Kelson Juno. No, not Easton, I mean. He's going to pass to 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to dribble around a little bit. Look for a pass to number 1, Jake Kupinger. He'll dribble around a little bit, looking for a shot. Now pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. Fake a shot, dribble around. He's going to look for a pass. Over to 11, Easton Jr. He's going to shoot for 2. No good. Over to Ellinwood Eagles. Number 0 is going to bring the ball down the court. He's going to lay up for 2. It is good, bringing the Ellinwood Eagles up to 56. Number 3, Riley Pauly is going to dribble on the court on the post side. He's going to look for a pass or a shot. He's going to shoot for 3. It is good. That's 3 points for the Otis-Bison Cougars, now at 16. Number 0 from the Eagles is going to bring the ball down. He's going to shoot for 2. Number 21, Logan Meyer passes into Jake Kubinger, number 1. He's going to bring it down the court. He's going to go to the far side. Lewis says dribble and trip over someone. It's call. There's a full timeout. Number 3, Riley Pauly's going to have the ball. He's going to dribble around. He's going to pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to try and get a shot. There's a foul from number 5 on the Eagles. Number 1, Jake Hubengarten is going to pass in to number 11, Easton Juno. He's going to shoot for 2 from the free throw line. Okay. Number 1, Jake Hubengarten is going to shoot for 3. It is good, bringing the Otis-Bison score up to 19. Number, what is that? 24 is going to pass to number 0 on the Ellinwood Eagles. He's going to fake a shot and pass to number 5. He's going to fake another shot and dribble around. Pass to number 24, back to 0. He's going to shoot for 3. It is no good. Number 21, Logan Myers going to rebound and hand off to number 3, Riley Pauly. Pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to dribble around and look for a shot. Is no good. Rebounded by number 5 on Eagles. Over to 24. He's going to drive down the court. Pass to number 0. He's going to look for a shot. Number 15, Hayden Morrison on the Otis-Bison Cougars is caught blocking. Number 5 is going to pass in for an inbounds play. He's going to try passing to number 0, 21 from Otis-Bison. He's going to tip it back to number 2, over to 3 to 0. He's going to 2 for 3 is no good. Number 24 rebounds, shoot for 2, no good. He rebounds his own shot, tries shooting is no good. He's going to have 2 shots. White, number 1, Jake Hupengarter is caught hitting. Number 24 is going to have 2 shots. First shot is good. Number 24 is Boyd Bennington, I think. Number 2 and number 3 for the the Ellinwood Eagles sub in. I'm not sure. Number 11 subbed out for Otis-Bison Cougars. Boyd's going to make his second shot. It is good. Number 21, Logan Meyer is going to pass to number 3. Back to number 1. Number 3 is going to dribble around and shoot for 3. Is no good. Otis is going to try and rebound. It's no good. Okay, number 0. Britton Dunn is going to pass to number 10. Cooper Hossman. Back to 0. He's going to shoot for 2 from the free throw. It is good. Number 21, Logan Myers, going to pass it in.
Jake's bringing the ball down the court, number 1. He's going to pass it over to Riley Pauly, number 3. Now over to Jake. To Logan. Back to Jake to dribble it down to the corner. Back to Logan Meyer. Up to number 25, Kelson Juno. Now to Riley Pauly. And he will drive in and go up for 2, and it is good. There's a player down.
Number 0, Brandon Dunn's going to bring the ball down the court. He's going to dribble around and look for a pass or a possible shot. He's going to pass to number 3, Drew Hines. Drew Hines. And then over to 0, back to 24. Over to 3, he's going to shoot for 3. It is no good. Number 10, Cooper Hossman's going to rebound. 24 is going to have the ball. He's going to look for a pass. It's no good.
Number 1, Jake Hupengartner gets a rebound and is dribbling down the court. He passes it over to number 25, Kelson Juno. There's a foul called on the Eagles, number 10. Cooper Hossman is who the foul was on. Jake Hupengartner is going to pass it in, and he passes it to number 25, Kelson Juno. Tries to get it to Lander, but it is no good.
Number 0, Brett with the steal. Going up for 2, and it's good.
Jake Hupengartner is bringing the ball down the court. He drives in, and it gets knocked out by number 0 from Ellinwood. White ball down low. Number 15, Hayden Morrison, goes in. Hayden is going to be passing it in to number 3, Riley Pauly. Now to Logan Meyer up top of key. Easton Juno passes it down to Logan Meyer, and Logan Meyer passes it to Hayden. Back to Riley down at the corner. He looks for a shot out there. He drives and gets a foul called. Who is that on?
Number 3, Drew.
Drew Haynes Hines. Oh. Hayden throws it in to number 11, Easton Juno, to Riley. Now to Kelson. Back to Riley. Now Riley passes it down low to Logan Meyer, and then he passes up to Hayden Morrison. Now back to Logan Meyer. Now to Easton Juno. He drives in. And it gets hit out of bounds. Hayden Morrison passes it to Riley Pauley. He dribbles up, now back down. Passes it to Kelson Juno for a shot. Oh, and it is just short. He gets his own rebound, puts it back up, and it's still no good.
Number 3, Drew with the ball. Over to Britt Dutton, up for 2, and it's good, and 1. Throw's good.
Riley Pauley gets the ball, and he gets it knocked out by Dutton. He gets it and dribbles back down, and Britt Dutton steals the ball from him.
Britt going up for 2, and it's good.
I saw something earlier that Britt Dutton has 2,000 points.
Seriously.
Riley Pauley gets the ball and is dribbling and puts it up for a shot. It's no good.
Coy with the rebound. Inside number 10. Cooper Hossman up for 2, no good. Gets fouled. Oh. Offensive foul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it should have been. Number 10, yep.
Hayden passes it in to Riley, or to Jake Gardner. Jake is dribbling down the court, passes it to Hayden Morrison, back to Jake down low. Jake dribbles in, passes out to Kelson Juno. Oh, and it was just short.
Britt with the ball. Dribbling up top, goes up for 2. No good. Draws a foul, shooting 2.
That foul was on Hayden Morrison, number 15.
Yeah, maybe.
Logan Meyer passes into Jake Gardner. He's dribbling the ball down the court and passes it down to Logan Meyer, and it slips out of his hands.
Quay lobs it to number 10. Cooper Hossman up for 2. And 1.
Foul was on number 1, Jake Gardner.
Free throw's good.
Logan Meyer passes in Jake Gardner. He's bringing the ball down the court. He passes it to Kelson Juno. He then passes it to Easton Juno. And Easton passes it down low to Logan. Back up to Jake. Over to Kelson. And Kelson makes the last minute three-pointer.
Buzzer beater. So that is the third quarter.
Jake Hoopengardner brings the ball down the court. He drives and passes it out to Logan Meyer. Now to Riley Pauly. Riley Pauly goes up for three and misses. Easton Juno gets a rebound, passes it back up to Hayden Morrison, and it is good.
Landon Simpson with the ball, bring it down. Over to number 20, in corner to 10, up to number 32. Over to 12. Steal by Hayden Morrison.
Easton Juno passes it down to Jake Hoopengardner, who passes it down to Logan Meyer and gets the ball taken. Oh. The ref gets taken out almost. Haley Pauly is passing it down to Jake Hoopengardner to bring the ball up the court. He passes back to Riley Pauly. He passes it Jake back to Easton Juno. Now back to Jake, who passes it to Hayden at the corner for a three, and he's just short.
Rebound by Cooper Hossman over to number 12, Landon. Corner to number 32, up top to 20. Up for three, no good. 44 goes up for the rebound. Campbell Coleman draws a foul, shooting two. Fouls on number 1, Jake Hoopengardner. Free throw's good. Second free throw, also good.
Jake Hoopengardner brings the ball down the court. He passes it to Riley Pauly at the corner. He fakes and drives and makes it.
12, Landon with Simpson with the ball. Up top to 23, corner to 20, back up top to number 32. Kicks it out, number 12 up for three, and it's good. That was number 12, Landon Simpson.
Jake Hoopengardner lobs it to Hayden Morrison, who goes up for two and is fouled.
Fouls on number 32, Drake Hossman.
Second timeout for the Eagles. It is Morrison with first free throw, and it is good. We did find out that that was number 0, Brett Dutton's 2,000th point. The next free throw is also good.
Landon with the ball. Over to number 23. Up top to 32. Kicks out to 12, Landon. Over to 23, Austin. Corner to 32. Drake Hossman outside to 20, Asher Miller. Back out to 12. Up top 32. Up for 3. No good. Landon. Nope.
Ian gets the ball down low and goes up and is fouled.
That was number 14. Bryce Steffen.
Free throw is up and it is just short. Other free throw is good.
Landon with the ball. Over to 23, over to Hossman, back out to 23, up for 3, no good.
Sean Pauley gets the rebound and is dribbling the ball down the court. He passes it to Ian Hazelhorst, who then almost gets the ball taken, but he ends up recovering. Gavin Alloway now has the ball, pass to Sean Pauley. Tries to go down to Ian Hazelhorst, but gets stolen. Foul on number 4, Sean Pauley.
Shooting him one-on-one. Number 20, Asher Miller. Free throw's no good.
Lewis McVeigh gets a rebound, passes it to Gavin Alloway to dribble down the court. Gavin then passes it to Sean Pauley. The ball gets stolen.
Landon up for 2, and it's good.
Gavin Alloway bringing the ball down the court. He passes it to Sean Pauley, who then tries to pass it to Ishmael. Lewis McVeigh had the ball and also tried to get it down to Ishmael, but he fouled that time. Number 14 from the Eagles fouled. First free throw is good. Next free throw is a little bit short.
Number 12 up for 3, no good. Rebounded by 32. It's good. Now 32, Drake Hossman.
Number 23, Gavin Alloway is bringing the ball down the court. Tries to passes it down to number 45, Ishmael Cortez, who goes up for 2 and
Landon with the ball. Kicks over to 23. Corner to number 32, up top to 20. 23 up for 3. No good. Tipped out of bounds by Otis-Bison. Blue ball. Gets it into number 12, Landon. Kicks out at 32, up for 3. And it's good. That's 32, Drake Hossman.
15 seconds left in the game. Gavin Alloway dribbles the ball down the court. Now to Sean Pauley, who passes it to Ishmael Cortez, who goes up for 2, and it is no good.
Number 32 with the rebound. And that is the end of the game. Otis-Bison 33, Ellinwood 89.
Almost hit 90.
Almost hit 90. I was expecting 100.
So was I. Honestly, this is my first time doing it, and it's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. All right, everyone have a great night.